Also, I think one thing we can focus on is the combat to start today. I feel like that'd be a good thing to get done. It gave me a bunch of ideas yesterday. Let's see what was my favorite here. I kind of like the idea of positioning the ship when you're fighting. So you have to make sure to get, like, for example, you have to, the monsters be like to the side of the can. Okay, let's see what else. Um, I like this one. It's a new monster, I guess. Um, let's see what else. Manual aiming, dodging shit, dodging systems. Harpoons are kind of cool. It's pretty cool. Harpoons. Maybe you can use like harpoons to dodge the monsters. Like you shoot a harpoon at a solid point to like move away. Now let's make a reef. That's gonna be cool. Mm, yeah, reef would be pretty cool. Special abilities, yeah. But I think I'm gonna ask a few more questions because I want to nail down kind of what I'm thinking. I was trying to work on the player list. Let's see. I forgot where I left off. So that's good. It's just over here for now. But yeah, so this will be like the active players. I might just finish this first. 'Cause that's a nice to have, because otherwise you don't know who's online. So I'm gonna ask it to basically. So I still don't see all the players. Can you just do this one thing, which is on the setup, try to just populate a variable, call it all players, and we're gonna put it in game state. So when the game starts, maybe put it in main.js. I want you to call get all players and store it. And let's take a look at that variable. So can you print it? Don't do anything else though. I was gonna do my workflow thing today. Hold on a second. The workflow thing was multiple VMs with cursors open, but I think it's okay for now. I guess not really VMs, but yeah, let's see. 'Cause we just want to get the player list and then we can just put it in the UI. So I was working on the island bouncing thing. But it's a little bit doesn't work very well at the moment. And I guess the movement is a little bit. Maybe it should be quicker to accelerate as well as quicker to move on the rotate. basically. We'll fix it. Oh, but I'm gonna change. Oh, there's a lot of things to do, isn't there? Is it adding a new local storage for this? Oh, let's check that already put it in. Let me look. What did it do? Export all players. Where did you put the actual what we call these functions? I feel like Whisper just constantly does not hear what I say. Just a little bit. So gently. Yeah, these are kind of different themes, I would say, the styling, but yeah, I mean that's kind of fun as long as it works. This is not working yet, but the idea of like kind of jumping around. It's funny these little guys. Having a little trouble. I guess this is a huge file. All right, let's. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't really need that. Yeah, so it's kind of doing a little too much today. Let's see. Um, if we have the setup all player tracking, we just need to call it. We don't need to do anything else. We have a setup all player tracking. But this is it. Let's add this. Add some imports and stuff. That is a network. So I think the main JS is getting a little too big, unfortunately. And I think we should set up all player tracking in the player list. And it's partly my fault because I just kind of recently have not been as careful with stuff. So it's probably just growing the amount of things that file. So now we want to call this. I'm just going to put it up for now. Okay, let's just see what it does. It's not a network though. It's a game state, I think. What did we import to this file? Playlist. They all player get a game state, all players. So that's game state, right? So let's get rid of this. Make sure. Say all players, get all players. What all players get game state, all players. Check that exists. I'm not really sure. Let's see here. Maybe it's here. That doesn't exist at all. So players. Right. That's because I didn't attach the network. I think we do it here, right? We're actually in this file doing one of the things. Yeah, so we have network.getAllPlayers. We just added this. And that should update our players. And then in player list, to be able to just get it, right? So we don't need this necessarily. And it has an update as guess as well. Update all players. I don't really know why we would need to update all players in the player list. Right, because I'm moving this function here. So this is for the UI, so it shouldn't be here. This is okay. So I move this here. We're adding it over there. I'm going to import all the things we need from the network. And do this. Let's get started. We had a lot of reads yesterday in terms of from the database, so that might increase the throttle there, just in case there gets more people today. Could happen, I guess. All right, so I'm just gonna undo these changes for now. I'm gonna start from scratch here. I'm not quite doing the right things. We keep it in main.js for now. This is just a debugging thing, I think. We got this up. Players tracking, we're calling it, which is the important part. Um, Network all players, make sure that exists. And there was another one. I think that's good. Okay, and it's update all players, which should be imported here from game state. I think the file's gotten big enough where it's having trouble with the auto completions. That's what's going on here. As it seems to be failing in every capacity, even the auto completions. They all players. We'll run and just run through the errors. There's going to be plenty, I'm sure. Okay. Which one is it? No, which is not export, update all players. Okay. Let's make sure we wait, update all players? We definitely don't want to update players. Something here in the imports here. Do we have an update all players? Let's reload again. Okay. Start the search. Just didn't understand. There it's here. Network.js does not export network. Okay, so I have to go error barrier again. So the so it's export update all players. Are we even using it? I don't understand. What's the problem? Just restart it. Interesting. Doesn't make sense. All right, cool. I got some different stuff. Set up all player tracking. Let's not export that. And this is in the file main chat. Yes. So make sure it's like that. And this is in the image.js. Doesn't export. It's weird. I know it's a restart every time. Didn't have to do that before, that's for sure. Let me delete the parcel cache because it's messing up something. It's, didn't do that before. So, oh, it actually already built. So, um, so let's look at the stuff. So we should see some prints that are basically related to this, right? So by setting up um, all player tracking, and then we should see all players updated on the callback. So we didn't for some reason. So let's go ahead and print some stuff. I think its socket is null, right? That was there before. So I'll just make sure, but okay, let's just make sure. I gotta delete all these prints that I just got in the way now. Yeah, because socket's null for some reason. That was the error we got earlier. But if we figure out this, then we can get the players list. Should work. Okay, so yeah, basically the socket is null. So it hasn't been initialized yet. So don't want to export it though. It's kind of weird. So when you see the socket, we have to initialize the socket for this call. So let's go look at that. Yeah, exactly. So basically in my call right here, I got to put after the function where we create the network. Where did I put it? I put it here. So it's not a great place for it. So you want to do it to this call. Exactly. Doesn't really belong here though. There's a connect response or something. The reason I'm doing this myself is because this file has gotten too big. The main JS is just a total disaster right now. Basically, this whole file needs to be because everything's broken down now. That it's too big. Even the auto completes. So all this stuff needs to be put in new files, and then it should be. But for now, and this particular, basically all the problems in the main JS I need to actually do today, unless I perfect it. What I could do maybe just stick the animate in another file. Actually, I might just do that because that's the biggest part of this file, and that would actually be a quick hack to make sure the the generations start working again. All right, that makes sense. I'll do that after this. So there's an unconnect, but I guess it's not in this file. Somewhere else. Don't remember. It's not on connect. Look what it is because I don't know. So basically, when you finish joining and authenticating, it emits a thing. Where is it? Connection response, right? That's what it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so now let's look at connection response. And then that's where we put the thing. Great. Yeah, this is where you set up all player tracking. And then we import the thing. But right now it's not here, although it should be. It's in it, not really actually, but it should be in main.js. So, okay, and you just have to export it because it's not exported. Okay, and then obviously this is probably messed up. Yeah, it's, for some reason today I have to keep restarting the server to get it to update. Cool, let's test. It might work now. Getting the players. Set up all players. What is it, Brent? Isn't that what I typed in? Great, great. So now the socket's not null. So getting to the next part, let's print all the players when we get it back. Did I move it? It's here. I keep forgetting I moved. Okay, so sample player data if greater than 0. First, but okay, interesting. So we should see that print. If we don't, then it doesn't it's not populated. Aha, perfect. So now we just need to put it in the UI. Nice. So that's cool. So now we'll have a player list. Cool. So now we just gotta make sure in the UI here to populate it. Actually, might already be here. Just make sure it has the names, but I think it does. Okay, so we got the player list working. So all you need to do is integrate it with this file. So just like a game state and get all players, and on player join, you need to when the player joins, when that event is emitted to us, we need to update the player list. So there has to be some kind of listener sort of thing. Oh, did someone join? Yeah, I think someone joined. That's cool. If I get the player list, then I'll be able to actually see who it is. So 1 second. I already have it in the console, so let's check that. Join the game. Here it is. Setting up all players, and here it is. So let's see who joined. We got Sailor 509. I think that's whoever joined. Oh, hey, Clemens, how's it going? Thanks for checking it out. I'm adding a few things today. One of them is going to be when you hit the island, you like fly in the air. Right now, it just sort of does a weird thing, but and then player list, and then I want to do the combat stuff to make it more fun. So I guess it's the start with those two things, and probably just like some bug fixes. So I think this might work. Let's try it. I have the data, so it's not doing a very good job. But, we have the data right here, so just got to put it in the UI. Oh, it worked. Great. That's great. So it's just a bit of delay on startup because the probably is just using the init data. Nice. That's so cool. And obviously this will be here. So you click this players and it will show up. It's cool. The inspiration for the game, that's cool. You played a game similar. I used to host a Minecraft server and it was a lot of fun. And I was like, there should be more games kind of like that, where it's like you have a bunch of commands in the chat, and you can do a bunch of things. Like you can just like add almost infinite functionality almost. So like players should be able to create clans and invite their friends, claim territories, do basically a lot of stuff just with the commands in the chat. And then secondarily, um, I like the infinite world stuff. That's pretty fun. Procedurally generated kind of things. And let's see what else. Yeah, I think it should be like a community, right? You have like your clan, you create like section of the world is yours. That's kind of fun. So yeah, and you claim the territory with the in-game currency that you get from like the when you go to the, I guess they're kind of like dungeons, right? And you get loot and you sell it to the islands. So it's kind of the idea. I'm making it mainly because I think it's going to be really fun. So I want to make it really fun for myself. That's kind of the objective. So that's why I'm adding things like when I go fast, like I add the speed to set it to 9. I want it to like shoot me in the air, like super far, but obviously it doesn't work yet. But just I'm gonna add a bunch of fun stuff like that. That's kind of cool. It's like um, people can, I guess at the beginning especially, just try out, and then eventually there'll be more like mechanics and stuff. I forgot, did we already apply this or no? I don't think we did. Oh, right. So it's almost there. So it's not populated right when I join, but it's populated when if I open it after um, like 10 seconds or something. So basically, you need to make sure when the player clicks it to open it that it makes the call to get all players. Actually, I'm going to make sure because if I'm not connected, then actually that's not a bug. Yeah, see, I'm not connected yet when I clicked it. Let's see if I'm connected, then it is a bug. Yeah, it's just a little delayed. Honestly, that's fine. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Feel free to check in every once in a while if you want to. Thanks for joining too. It's kind of cool. So now we're going to move this to be here. Great. So it works. Basically, before I do that, now I want to make sure. So in the UI.js, there's this like players text area. I want it so that when the user clicks that, then it opens this menu. So don't remove the old button, but just add that. And the user will be able to like do things like slash fly and just kind of fly around. And they can change their fly speed. Oops. I guess the fly speed is broken. Oh no, it's not. I just need to use a larger value. I'll do fly speed 100. There you go. Nice. And they can go under the water, see the monsters and stuff. Kind of see how they move around. And eventually there'll be more things under the water, so you can see like fish. Let me check. Yeah, so I can see. That's so cool. Because like before, I wasn't really sure like who was joining, and now I can actually see that, which is pretty nice. It's moving. Okay. Nice. It works. Heck yeah, dude. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna push that. That's so cool. I'm excited. Just gotta remove the old button here. See where to put it. What's it called? Something players. Here it is. Oh no, that's a console log. Might not have done the UI here for some reason. Can you find where's that button in the top right for the player list? I can't find it. In the code. I just trying to find it first. Yep, normal $20, but I went over the $500. I mean, 500 query limit in just like a few days. So I'm paying for usage now. But honestly, it's not that expensive. Like even if you go over that, it's I've probably done. I mean, I've been querying it like probably 10 hours a day or something, and I paid an extra $15. I think. I have to look. I'll go look here. I don't know. Yeah, I spent an extra $10, I guess. Or no, that means I spent $30. Okay. Means I spent $30 over the limit. So I guess that's a little more expensive, but it's not like crazy, in my opinion. But depends. But cursor's the most expensive. I guess I kind of look at it like it's probably gonna get cheaper with time, right? I would think, like the new models, but you never know. Wait, why is it adding code? I don't want new code. I just wanted to know where it was. Where is it? Wait, player stats. That's not what I'm talking about, but let's check if that's what it was. Players. Oh, I see. Is it called player stats? Let me, yeah. Oh, so I've been using it for, so the first 2 days, I think that was February 26th, I ran out of the queries. So basically I've been querying it for probably 9 days or something, maybe 8 days, basically all day. So, and all that time I spent $30. So it's not too bad, I think. And honestly, I do waste a lot of queries. I just do queries for like things you could easily check. So I probably should stop doing that if I wanted to save or something. But you get 500 premium queries a month, so that'll refresh for me in probably a couple weeks. So I want to know, is this the player stats thing? Also, I want to make sure the fish is updated. Oh, I don't think it is. Oh, fish caught. Oh, actually, it is. Hold on, let me catch a fish. Make sure it updates. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't update. That's all right. Let's see if I reload it, if it updates, just out of curiosity. Oh, it does. Okay, that's fine, honestly. Doesn't need to be like an exact count at all times. Let's see, but also I think we'll get more expensive opening it. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I guess to be like a really expensive one, I can do like crazy stuff. It's kind of weird to think about. Like, maybe someone could just like post the link to this game and just the agent would copy the whole game. But at least we'll have better games. So there's always a silver lining there because there'll be more of them. And there'll be lots of people that just like 2 or 3 people who can make a game. They just might need to spend a little money, or do what I'm doing. Yeah, this is really janky. But I'm gonna work on this today because what is this exactly? coming at me. Yeah, it's a little frustrating because I press the space, but it doesn't hit it for some reason. This particular monster. I might just remove him for now because he's just so ridiculous. He looks cool, but GTA 6 or 20? That's a good point. Wait, does GTA 6 come out this year? Yeah, this year, right? Maybe released for PC in 2027. Okay. Wait, 2027? That's 2 years. Why did it take that long to port the game? That's like time for a whole new game to support one game. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out is the top right, where it's like currently opening the player list, are we calling that the player stats? I don't think so, right? It's another place. I don't even know where the player stats is. Over the Osprey. Yeah, I'm gonna fix this movement today too, because it's a little bit it just feels like you're on ice. This is not super, it's kind of cool, but not that cool. So just be like 1/5 of that effect. Like it should accelerate faster, probably. Okay, so that's this, right? So we don't remove that. Yeah, here it is. Okay, cool. So let's just get rid of that. It actually is the player stats panel. Yeah, it is this for sure. I'm gonna comment it out. So that way we can make sure it should be. Nice, it's gone. All right, cool. So let's remove that. Nice. Cool. So we can push it now. Get a nice little addition there. Dope. I think I'm gonna add one more thing actually. So since the player stat, we can click you see in the first one, the text starts with players. We can click that now. Can you change the styling just a little bit so that the user can know they can click it just by looking at it? I think I might switch this because it, for some reason, can't understand. Like, I'm speaking English here, but it's like so many typos and stuff. Yeah, you can kind of tell, right? For sure. Sort of like we could also make a command too, like slash online or something. It'd be really easy. But I think for now that works pretty well. Cool. I'm glad you joined because this makes it easier to test that. So I'm going to push that. So we're going to add this. All of the export is pretty stupid. But I'll just remove that. I guess I'll just implement a slash online command as well. It's not a really easy thing. So. Wait a second. I think I committed some stuff that I didn't want to commit yet. I just realized. I committed that island code that doesn't really work. Let me make sure I committed that. Yeah, I definitely committed that. So which file was it? Okay. What? Which file was it? Don't understand. Well, I must have already committed it. I committed it yesterday. I see. So it's already there. This silly physics. Yeah, I mean this monster a little not very good. Don't really think you don't need this over here, right? Like this one because you have the compass. It's kind of just unnecessary, right? You should be able to see in the map, hey, I'm moving west underneath it. Um, Let's see, what would be something to do with this? We could remove this stuff on the side here. Probably move the nearest island. Yeah. 'Cause we're not going to name every island in the game. That is, there's going to be like, bajillions. So let's clean up that a little bit. Let's first just remove that UI first. So let's just delete this. Okay, great. So now there should be some other code about what was it called again? Island distance. So yeah, just this, I think. Yeah, simplify this. I think the status connected is good. It's a good thing to know. Uh, I mean, you probably don't need to know the time, right? Because it's sort of clear from the sky, right? It's just sort of kind of unnecessary information. Like, ideally, you can kind of tell what the. Where's the sun? Okay. Yeah, I think I'll move the time too. I just don't think it's useful. Gentle breeze. So you shouldn't need the heading, right? Because we have this compass and we're going to add a visual of where you're going. So it's just more unnecessary information. Speed is cool, but I feel like it should be somewhere else. I think for now I'll leave the speed. We definitely don't need this bar there because actually that could be for the speed, but we should move the speed if we do that, right? Yeah. Why do we need both a speed number and a speed? Um, Speed number and a speed visual. Definitely not. That is the other thing. Interesting. Let's see where it is. Oh, it already removed. That's good. So it's in the here 704 right here. Exactly. So let's remove that. Great. So just keep removing these until we get to. We will not need this because this will be this, right? And we do not need the time day. That is obvious. We can maybe add a slash time command if people really want to know like specific information. Oh, it's already here. See? Oh no, this sets the time. This should be like set time, and this should be just slash time. And we're going to remove the indicator, and Okay, great. So now we just have a few other things. I think position is not a bad thing to keep for now. It's kind of useful to know. But we could just have slash position at some point, or slash chords or whatever. The wind doesn't really do anything yet. Let's first remove the compass. Definitely using that somewhere else, right? As the create compass. So we'll just go ahead and comment out the create compass. Cool. Let's see what else. Obviously, this should be somewhere else at some point, but not really sure where yet. I'm probably going to comment out the gentle breeze stuff. Just 'cause it doesn't really do much yet. I think it does affect the ship movement a little bit, but it's just kind of distracting. I think we might add it back at some points. Just, I guess we can have a slash. Okay, well, here's the thing, right? There should be visual things that show the wind. You shouldn't need to like query for the wind. Like you should be able to see it. Like there's like some lines or something. Okay, great. That looks quite a bit better. Okay, so now we can add a cinematic mode, which is really easy. Just want to commit that first. So we're going to our UI. So we want to add a cinematic mode, which is basically someone just presses a key and it visually sets all the elements to not visible. It's a toggle, just so someone can just see the world. They don't have to have the UI there. So yeah, just some button and yeah, it sets all the elements to visible of none. I've been building it for since February 27th. Yeah, um, and I use it's purely JavaScript um, with 3JS, the library for the visuals, and I'm generating a lot of the code with cursor. So they use a cloud, or you can use whatever, but I use cloud. Uh, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I might apply all of these so we get both of those things. Okay, cool. Let's try it. See what the key is. It's C. Yeah, C. Okay. Nice. So that roughly makes sense because these have not they're not in this file, so we need to kind of integrate that a little bit. It did break the music thing, so just quickly. Uh, can you fix this? Something happened with the music UI here, the top right. Can you fix this? Something happened in the music UI in the top right. Very cool. All things look cool. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I definitely see a lot of stuff on Twitter. Um, and I got some like good tips off Twitter. Someone showed that basically a way to make the connection a lot better. So that there's some useful stuff there for sure. I think I might be doing a little too much this. I don't know if it's generating new stuff. Or, let's see. Oh, nice. It fixed it. It's great. Those are those are always annoying fixes. I try to do that. Wait, what the heck is happening right now? With all this glitchiness? Cool. I like the cinematic mode. Just need to remove these two limits. All right, so we just need to plug in the right files to do that. So we got the inventory UI, the leaderboard, and the chat. So can you figure out how to make it so the cinematic mode, when I press C, um, will also disable all the elements in these files as well? Please don't. Please try not to duplicate the code for this. And there's also fog. And what's cool is so this world is infinite. So if you have the fog, you can't actually see the new islands generate. So as you're driving here, it actually does look kind of infinite. And the fact that it barely lags when I'm going that fast is I'm pretty happy with that. So obviously turn the fog off, you're going to see them just kind of appear, which is uh, yeah. So I'm working on the bouncing logic on the island too. So that's another thing. So like if you hit the island going super fast, you should like fly in the air. I feel like that'd be fun. Right now it just kind of does this weird thing. Let's see if it worked. This see what it did first though. So that's good. It only made the changes in this file. So let's try it. I was I didn't want it to like. Okay, cool. That works a little better, but now it opened the inventory when you. So I'll just tell it that. So when I press C again to disable the cinematic mode, it opened the inventory. Can you fix that bug? Also, it appears that the leaderboard and the chat are not disappearing. So please make sure to make all of the elements disappear. This would be an interesting one, slash teleport to the player. That'd be kind of useful for me if if some people are online, I can go see what they're doing and see if they're like flying around and stuff. I'll probably remove all these things here too. Enhance sky and stuff like that. Yeah, let's delete all this. Clean up stuff. Right, it's here, so just move this here. So update sky mode indicators. So we probably just want to comment all this stuff out, right? I think. Nice. So now it's just diagnostics, which um, I'll probably just comment out as well. So unless we need it. Maybe the player can open it if they want to. I'll add maybe slash diagnostics or something. Hey, Razorface, happy Saturday. I don't, have you been here before? I don't remember. So, yeah, I'm using and to answer your question, I'm using a Whisper Flow. So it's here. Honestly, I don't know if I'd recommend it. There's maybe something better because it costs $12 a month. And for me, I'm like speech to text, $12 a month. I don't know. That's a little bit, seems a little bit steep to me. I'll pay a couple dollars a month, deal or no deal. So, but honestly, I wish there were more things where you could just pay one time. Don't have to, I know it's probably not possible with this particular service, but I don't really know. Why can't you have a speech to text just locally? Why you gotta call a server? All right, let's try the new changes. All right, it's trying to do something a little weird here. I think you kind of have to change the way you're doing this because you're just trying to select all the elements by the ID. So we're gonna do something a little different. What's the other one called? Leaderboard and chat. I'm gonna restore actually all the way back before because it's doing a bunch of stuff that's a little bit not good. So I want to make sure it still works. Okay. Oh, that was before we fixed the music icon. I'm gonna go here. Nice. Okay. Cool. Now we so right now the inventory UI, the chat, the leaderboard, they're not disappearing. But the way to essentially do this is like you expose a function in the UI.js, which if you pass in an element, it'll set visibility to none, and then export that, and then the inventory UI will call it, the leaderboard UI file will call it, etc. So just start with the leaderboard first. Just expose a function in UI.js that allows you to call it with the element and it'll set it to none. So only do that for leaderboard. We'll do the other two after this first one. Make your own cursor. Okay. That's actually what I'm doing. Okay. But it's not quite that, but it's like that was my plan. I own the domain afk.ai, and it's basically gonna be for people. I mean, I haven't, it's so early stage, I haven't even really started, but the idea is like it's gonna be for people who want to make a game, but literally don't want to mess with code, like mess with code so little, they don't even want to know anything. And it'll be an agent that spends like a really long time on requests and has validations, linters. It'll run it and it will keep trying to validate, and then it will get back to you probably in, you know, a minute or so, 2 minutes. And if you don't like it, you can prompt again, but it's going to be specifically for games. Like, so cursor is for everything. So maybe there's some niche in just like really optimizing for game development. So that's kind of my idea um, at some point. And I think doing this is kind of, I'm learning like what is working, what's not working super great for this. So it's in the works. And it's called afk.ai because you're away from keyboard while it generates this kind of idea, I guess. So I guess for anyone joined, I'm working on this island collision stuff. It doesn't, it's not, it's pretty janky. Not really supposed to do that. All right, let's try this. It should work, I think. All right, let's try it. Oh, it did a great job. It actually already did the other ones. You just have to make sure it doesn't open the things when you do it again. But that's great. Okay, so now let's do it for the radar as well. Great, so now do it for the chat as well. You did a great job. So it already did it. See, this is really simple code. That's kind of what we want for the future. Like we make new elements. We just want to register the UI and you can then disable it if you want. It looks like it did break it, I think. So let's take a look. It looks like there's a new error here. Can you take a look? I'll play a little music for myself. Oh, is there any chat messages? Let me check. Oh, love the sense. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I like it too. I guess it was kind of an accident. Some of this stuff, like, it just kind of generated this stuff with other requests, and I was like, oh, that looks pretty good. It's like the physics of the boat too. I was like, okay, didn't ask for that change, but and also the generating of the islands. I did not ask for that. The new islands did that for me. It's like, what the heck? And I thought the code was broken. Like I had something I generated at the very beginning of the project, and we discovered that the code actually worked like yesterday. It was just like too far away, so it was like generating. Had like was going super fast and it started generating the islands in it, so it was working. So, oh god, it's working the whole time. Okay. So we're not exporting a thing. These are usually pretty simple. Just gotta plug it in again. So looks like we're not exporting a thing. Can you just make sure to export it? Thanks. I don't really like how it exports sometimes. Like it's calling it at the bottom for some reason. But it's okay. Register open UI. Oh, I saw this one before. It's when they export it down here, and they also export it up here, which causes problems. So it's one of them. Which one is it? It's the register open UI. So. Yeah, see, so we're exporting it down here, right? We're also exporting the function. And that's an error that... So what we should do is just export the function. There's no reason to do this weird thing with the... Let's just fix that ourselves, so... Yeah, so just export these. Don't need to do this weirdness. You guys still didn't get the chat working, so let's check that out. So register cinematic elements. Yeah, I'm taking inspiration from Minecraft, I would say. So I really like in Minecraft servers you can do a bunch of commands and just like have fun. So I'm thinking just adding like tons of them that you can do, and you can you know, create clans and all sorts of stuff like that. As far as other games, I guess maybe Sea of Thieves That's pretty fun. This is a much different game because you probably won't have people on your ship. It's, you have your own ships. But it is similar in the sense that it's like exploration, and there's gonna be monsters, and then I guess just the classic kind of MMO stuff. Like you're gonna be, uh, you know, probably going to these kind of areas and trying to level up. That's kind of the idea. Like you level up your ship and it can do more damage over time, and you get to choose, like you get to buy different weapons and stuff from the islands with the in-game currency, so things like that. That's so kind of elements from a few different ones I'm thinking, but honestly it's not totally planned. It's just gonna kind of evolve based on, like for example, yesterday someone told me the controls of the ship are pretty icy. And even though I thought it was fun in the moment, I was like, yeah, it's actually it's not that fun. So we're gonna change the ship's controls a little bit. So I just realized that the cinematic mode is actually much cooler when you're flying. Didn't really think about that. But the cinematic mode should definitely remove this stuff too. So we'll fix that. This is actually cool. It really kind of feels like you're flying right now with the that's pretty fun. So can you take a strong look at the register cinematic elements in 622? Is there anything that we're missing? Please don't modify any of their code, just really analyze this section of the code. Ah, that's probably the issue, right? Wait, maybe not actually. You might be able to do that, I'm not really sure. So the function is not actually removing the chat from the page. Could there maybe be some other place in UI.js that's like setting it to be visible, that's overriding these changes? So don't do any code yet, just kind of analyze and try to find maybe where it could be, and point out the line. I think it's actually close to being fun with the hitting the island. You just have to make them fly like really high or something. And also go the right direction. That's cool. All right, so let's see. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Tab system directly. Maybe hide the. Oh yeah. I don't think that's a problem though. It could be. Actually, this could be a problem. Let's go comment this out. Because we added this code before we did this other way. So it could be setting the visibility. So let's try it. So let's remove this. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So actually, we're going to keep that for some reason. Looking at that, it doesn't seem to use this ID. 232 chat.js. Let's take a look. Really? Display flex in the chat? Why would that matter? If that's true, that would have taken me forever to find that. But I don't even see. Can you explain a little bit more? So you're saying there's a display flex. What is the display flex on, and how do you like make sure to make that not visible if it's display flex? Hey Carson, how's it going, man? Bumper ships. Yes. Oh, that's a good. You just gave me an idea, which is the. That's, I guess it's your idea. If you hit the other ships, you should like bounce off. That'd be kind of cool. There might be some networking stuff with that though. But maybe one day. That'd be pretty fun. But by the time we hit this, then we should have like some PDP or something. Hey, thanks for joining, Carson. Feel free to join. I added a player list, so you can see the players that are online. And I'm adding a cinematic mode right now, but so that'll be better for your pictures. And the cinematic mode's kind of cool when you fly. So let me see if you're online here. Appears to. I think I know why it's doing that actually. Interesting. Players 2. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's Carson. Yep, see. So see, I can now see you that you're online here. That's cool. Maybe we can add a thing just, you know, for the moment. When you click on the player, there's like a teleport. So you can click and then teleport to player. That'd be kind of fun. Let's add that to the... Yeah, let's do it. Oh, that's actually a good point. You just gave me another idea. It's not really my idea. It's more like yours, Adam. I'm just taking credit. Yeah, you should be able to like run into the monsters, and it does damage based on the speed. Maybe it does damage to you too, but if you're going really fast, like you just like destroy them. That'd be pretty fun. So running into monsters does damage based on the speed. Some damage to yourself, but not lots. Unless it's a big monster or something, then maybe it does a lot. So, but not a lot if it's a small monster. So then there's a little bit of strategy there, maybe like you feel comfortable running into the ships or not, or running into the monsters or not. Oh yeah, check out this new command. Carson, you might have already seen this, but it's called /birds. It's pretty cool. I have like I have a whole posse of birds, and they follow me around. Make it so when I press slash, the logbook comes up. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. That's a really good idea. That is really smart, actually. So press slash key should bring up the chat, so it's easier to use. And it should display an init message, which is basically it'll tell the user to use /help to see the list of commands, and we'll give some sample commands too in that message, like /spawn, /wild, /tp, what else is there? /fly, so yeah, there. So yesterday, if there's still new people here, the thing generated this Roman obelisk, and there's actually Latin on the on the statue. I thought that was really cool. I don't really know what a Roman obelisk is, to be honest, but I know what an obelisk is. So. So let's see if we can fix this issue with the cinematic. There's a tab system. Yeah, do it, man. Just it kind of keeps you accountable in a way. Like, there's no way you can stream and goof off. Like, that's kind of why I started. Actually, well, one of the reasons, like, I noticed this in college. If there were people around me, and like in a library or something, like I could not. I mean, I could focus a lot better because it felt like they could potentially see me goof off. It's really silly. No one cares, but. So I thought, like, if I streamed, maybe like the idea that maybe someone's watching, I couldn't goof off and not do stuff. So. So if there's display flex, what's display make? 222, 23. Don't really see that. See it here. Here it is. No, that's not the error. So no, this isn't the error because even when I press C, it doesn't disappear to start. So there's no way it's entering the code for the clicking of the logbook because it is still there after this pressing the C to begin with. I might rename the /birds to /bird swarm because it sounds a little cooler. I'll just do that real quick. /birds just kind of doesn't get the message. Yeah, much better, much better. Okay, cool. That's cool. Okay, anyways. I think maybe it shouldn't display the gold because maybe that's kind of like private, you know? Doesn't matter. Play Tekken. Is Tekken that game with the I might be not remembering. Is it the game where it's like the realistic shooter? I think I might be wrong about that. Floating around. Oh, well, if it has sprites, I guess it's not. So I don't know what Tekken is. Let me look it up. Oh no, it's definitely not a shooter. It's a fighting game. So you said the birds, little sprites. Get a wave fish. Oh, that's cool. So we are. That's kind of the next step. I guess is the biomes. That's why we added the fog yesterday. This is gonna be like stormy, and we already have the so the code for increasing waves already works. So just need to make it so it affects the ship a little better, but it's not added yet. That reminds me, I should add a /fog. Right now it's just F, but no one knows that. So /fog kind of makes, you go to the command menu. Also, if you noticed, I removed a bunch of stuff on the left here. I think we had a bunch of unnecessary kind of stuff. Okay, good. Let me make sure this still works. Okay, it does. Cool. Okay, bird swarm. What's next? Oh, right. And I liked your idea. So you said basically you could do a command and it would be / like tsunami or something. And it create like a wave, like a huge wave. That's pretty cool, actually. I think, yeah, that's an essential for sure, for sure. And I'm gonna make I think it was Carson yesterday said the boat just kind of feels like you're in ice. So, but I'm gonna just put like the ice stuff. I'm gonna put in this /drift mode. So if you want to just kind of fly around and slide, you can do it. Weather maybe, but it's localized and toggleable. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'll add another one here for slash weather and storm. Um, so there's time and then there's weather, like clear, cloudy, wavy. What else? I think that's kind of it, I guess. Rainy, snowy. So we gotta add like a section for types of weather because we don't really have that yet. And the localized thing, yeah, I think basically we should have weather that is global weather, but if you don't like it, you can change it. So global weather in certain areas, that's going to be stored on the server, and then you can change it yourself, and that won't push to the server. So basically, just what you said. I just want to write it down. And each chunk will be stored with the weather, I think. It makes sense. So we'll have to store all the chunks. What? It's no longer work MacBook with the sliding the screens to the side. Oh. All right, let's see if I figured this out now. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, see, we don't want to do that. We do not want to get element by ID. What? It's applying to the library. No, don't do that. It's too far. So I'm just going to remove this just to test what happens. Drifter boat game. Oh, Drifter boat main. That's what you said. Yes, yes. Oh, that's a good idea too. You're just like giving me so many great ideas. So there should be kind of like, we have the drift mode, but there's all the types of modes. You can change like your types of movement. Hold on, I'm gonna move that. So maybe there's like, so we got icy mode, right? We have the fast mode kind of already. What else is there? Slash I don't know, actually. Different modes for different types of ship movement. Oh, maybe you can just like modify your variables. I mean, obviously, that would probably just be in the beginning because kind of break the game. You could change everything, but. So this did not do anything with the chat container. I'm just gonna make sure. I'm gonna comment it out. If it doesn't do anything, I don't even know why it's here, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. So what else do we do with the chat container in this file? Are we messing with it? Okay, we're not. So I'm gonna make sure we're registering the thing. Register cinematic elements, window register for this cinematic mode. This control panel. But does control panel have everything? That's the next question, right? So can you double check on these lines of code? Does this control panel div actually have everything inside of it? If it doesn't, then that could be potentially the problem. Make sure to register everything in the file using this function. Okay, so right after we finish this, we're going to do the teleport to player through the menu. Oh, did you see that dodge? That's pretty cool. Wait, there's another game. It's like as you get closer to things, it gives you points as you like near misses. Maybe we can add something like that too. Like if you have a near miss of the island and you're going really fast, it gives you like something. It like levels up your ship a little bit or something. Gives you some XP for movement, for ship movement category leveling. I don't know what game that was, but it's kind of fun. Yeah, yeah, right, right. But can you basically just make a bunch of register, like just register everything to be safe, you know, for debugging purposes? Let's just register everything here to see if it works. Okay, while it does that, I'm gonna get a coffee. I will be back. 1 minute. All right. This is good. It's kind of what I wanted. What's all this stuff here? Are you trying to, just so you know, it's not stored, but I guess you're, maybe you're trying to just overload the socket or something. Let me actually check that. It's a good point. Is there a limit on the characters? I forgot if I added that or not. I imagine there is, but just check. On this file, did we put a limit on the message? If so, we probably should add it. Oh, nice. It already did that. So, aha. Take that. All right. Let's go back to the thing we were doing. Is that Manu? Is he back here? Is he trying to hack the server again? Local. I'm still not sure if he's a white hat hacker or not. So basically it's still not making the chat disappear, which is kind of weird. Speech to text will be free soon, just like a big model, like thousands of hours of voice. That makes sense. I would, to me it makes sense because it's like, why do I need to pay $12 a month for that? It's like, feels very basic, but maybe it's not, I guess. Another dumb idea, make your own Mario Party minigames. Mario Party, it's unfortunate I haven't played that, because I believe you, it's probably pretty fun. Growing up, I played a lot of Halo custom games and Minecraft Minecraft mods, and then the Minecraft plugins. There was some mini games like Spleef, Hunger Games. So yeah, you can definitely do like those kind of mini games. Like, I actually did buy theice.io, so that was kind of the other game I was going to do, which is basically just like a Minecraft Spleef clone, sort of. So it'd be a very simple game, but it'd be kind of fun. But I think we're just going to focus on this game for a while because it's fun. So it's kind of interesting this not working at all. So please do it extremely explicitly, like even set the visibility to be none manually, and all these all these conditionals. We're just gonna try to make it work, just to check if it is working at all. What is that here? I have not seen this one. Just like oh shit. I'm upside down. Just like an orb. No idea what that's from though. Oh, you know Spleef. Nice. Oh, nice. Someone actually relates to me in the chat on the Halo custom games then. That's cool, Adam. So you know what I'm talking about here. It's not easy to play these games anymore. I gotta go on the Xbox or something. I gotta download Halo. Like, no, they're just like some small mini games I want to play. So I don't want to have to do anything. StarCraft had a pretty good one too. It was Mafia, which obviously is trademarked, but you could. They kind of had their own little implementation of Mafia the game. It was not exactly the same, and it was really fun. All right, so that's a lot of code. Let's try it. So it's doing something extremely explicit. Let's make sure it works. If it doesn't, something is drastically wrong. Interesting. So there's probably just a piece of code somewhere that's setting the visibility and overriding. That's what I think it is. So I strongly suspect there is a piece of code that is interfering with what we're doing here. Can you please double check these files? Try to find anything that could potentially be setting the visibility of the stuff. Oh, before I do that, I forgot to do the obvious thing, which is just verify that prints, but I see. This is the issue. I should have checked the errors. This is the exact issue. Okay, so take a look at this error. Please fix it. It happens right when you load the page. So another bug, when you like make the page smaller and then you resize it, this is the resolution. Honestly, though, it doesn't look horrible. It's like a pixelated version. Is it just me on, or am I Sailor 443? Oh no, Carson's on. Cool. At least it says on the other one he is, but not on this one. Fresh list. It's a little buggy. Let's reload. Interesting. First list. Huh. Okay, so I guess the refresh list doesn't work very well. So that's a little bug. let's see here. Right, delayed registration, but it's doing it through a hard-coded timeout. So I don't really want that. Why do we need to delay the registration? Start it. I'll just do it for now, though. Nice, it works. That's good. But the elements are not totally loading back in correctly. Yes, the chunk is not deregistering the birds. That's why it's laggy. What is all this stuff it's doing here? Oh, right. So it did actually kind of work. Let's double check. Let's send it what it does after that. Because that will fix that, and then we can push that. So go cinematic mode. Oh, actually works now pretty well. Cool. Take that. So now the only thing is, we'll start with the inventory. So after we disable cinematic mode, so basically we enable it, then disable it, the menu for the inventory opens. Can you investigate that? Maybe after the register, or I mean after the like in the click listener for this, I mean the key down listener for C, we should make sure all menus are closed. So you could maybe have some sort of way to close the menu, but try to investigate exactly why it is that it's opening it to begin with. And maybe we could add a slash cinematic, I suppose. Maybe fix the day-night appearing thing. So I'm a little confused about this green. What exactly is this? What is the green? So is it like where I've been? Yeah, the green is where I've been. Oh shit. So let's say if I go this way for a while, right? I should turn green. Yeah. Oh shit. That's cool. So let's say if I do slash spawn, I should see the monsters again, right? So let's make sure that. I do. It's cool. So they're still here. Even though I left, they're still hanging out. They will never catch me. Yeah, elements, that's right. So, sure, figure that out. Where to put it in UI? No. What have you done? You've broken the game. So let's restore our checkpoint. So you can just keep it really simple. Basically, when the cinematic mode ends, just make sure the windows are closed, right? So anything, so that should be the inventory UI. Box, right, that opens, as well as the leaderboard UI that opens. Both of those should just be closed after you exit cinematic mode. So you got the leaderboard and you got the, what else? What was the other thing? What's it called? Inventory. Looks pretty good. I thought I removed the diagnostics. Still there. Just remove it while it's doing this. They're emojis. Shouldn't there be a... Okay. Let's try this init diagnostics. Alright, so just change this flag, right? Nice. Perfect. That's what we want here. Looks good. So when I load the page, does it tell me this information? It doesn't, right? It does after a while. It's kind of cool. I feel like it should be quite a bit later. It's probably in a timeout, right? Yeah, let's make it like maybe 20 seconds after you start the game. For now. I mean, it should be a little more robust in the future, but I think all these kinds of things will be in the commands, you know, /fog/ But to start, it doesn't necessarily have to be. So I think, yeah, that's roughly right. It broke it. No. It should be a really simple thing, right? Basically, there's two things. Gotta reload the page again. Because there's probably just a flag. I'll just do it because it should be pretty simple. You just have to, you go into the inventory UI. There's a flag for is open, and basically the register the open UI. The register cinematic UI. What? Do we not have a register? Oh, it's register for cinematic mode. It's called. What? What is it called? I see. Can you just expose the is open like flag to the UI.js and then it can modify it? Also, it looks like the inventory UI is not doing the register for cinematic mode. Can you fix that? I think that's kind of how we want to do this. They already had this. That's kind of fun. Like you like fly over the islands. Alright, so they did this. Register for cinematic mode. Create inventory. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what they did in the UI. They didn't change the UI.js, so let's just make sure it still works, but that's what you should do, I think, for the... Nice. Okay, it still works, so... Okay, so now in UI.js, can you just make sure to... So we'll first expose the isOpen flag from the inventory UI and the leaderboard, and basically grab that in UI.js and explicitly set it to false once you exit cinematic mode. Oh yeah, we gotta disable. We gotta move this to the cinematic mode. But I really like the idea of slash bringing up the chat, the command window. It's a really good idea. Because no one wants to have to click things. It's kind of... Hopefully it works, because we've been working on this for like a bit too long, I think, for the cinematic. Alright, is it explicitly doing it now or no? Don't understand why I can't do it. Okay, it is doing this, which is what I kind of wanted. Let's just try it. No. The problem is it's not working very well at the moment because it's changing other stuff every time. It's definitely changing. So I'm gonna take the code that I wanted to do and not do the other stuff. Could be this file's getting too big again. Like this stuff is changing the... I didn't want to change this really. I just want this part. I guess we already had this part, right? Oh, I got, so far I pay the $20 a month for cursor, and then I spent $30 extra for usage, so I've spent $50. But it definitely speeds things up, so to me it's worth it. So let me check. Okay, so it doesn't work even though I restored the checkpoint. Mysterious. Continue. Maybe I didn't restore the checkpoint. I just thought I did. Okay, so just need to add this code, I think. So we're already doing this. Let's just make sure it's entering the print and there's no errors when we do it. So it's not entering the print. Okay, good to know. Also has this issue. We tried windsurf, haven't tried it yet. Using CLI. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, if you try it and you tell me it's better, but I'll try it at some point here. Let me look here. So windsurf has the agent and everything. Is it VS Code fork too? Save a little money, I guess. Yeah, VS Code fork, I think. Unless it just looks, yeah, it's got all this stuff. I mean, the thing that matters to me is like how effective is the agent for applying this stuff. If it's really good, I will switch. But this new cursor is pretty good, so must say. So we know it's not entering here. So it could be an inventory UI. We're not actually exposing the. But you know what we should do is not just do window dot. We should just. Okay, it is doing window dot, so it should be available. I guess we just add a bunch of prints tests with. This thing it is. Yep, windsurf is a direct and really the only competitor to cursor. Supposed to be a little cheaper. Right. Makes sense. Yeah. So interestingly, this caused some problems. So it's maybe an error, I guess. I just added a print. I think that's all I added. There's got to be some error somewhere, right? That's propagating. I don't understand because I didn't actually change anything. I just added a print, so. There's no error now. So when I add a print, it's going to give me an error about some stuff. Don't understand. No, it's not this. Elsewhere. No. I'm just going to try this a little better. Just do comments, conditional. There. Thank you. Okay, let's see if it did anything. I need to remove some prints. This is getting a little ridiculous. I don't see any of these. So I guess it's just, oh, here it is. It's at the top, but it doesn't get regularly triggered. This is for the init. Yeah, okay, I get it. This should be in toggle, right? We are in toggle. So it's not entering this else. Well, just make sure it's entering here. I mean, it has to be entering here. If that does that, then we know it's just not entering the else. Okay, interesting. Now we're getting that error from before when I added the print. Error from before. So I'm going to comment out the prints. What? So weird. Okay. Anyways, is the game stuttering a lot while playing? Is it your frame rate, or are you going really fast to load the new islands? Also, are you using the Brave browser? Looks like my FPS is pretty bad. I wonder if that's just because if you're on it for a while, maybe it causes that issue. Also, are you in the game? Are you on the server, Arian? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce, but are you connected offline maybe? Because I don't see you on the server. So that could be a bug, potentially. This cinematic mode is really strange. Like, it just randomly starts giving me errors, but not all the time. So that makes it kind of challenging to figure out. So C. So now it's now it's consistently doing it. So let's look. Okay. So yeah, if we look at the code here, it's basically not entering this else. So we're toggling, right? And it's entering this code when we want it to, let's double check, but basically when we exit, it should enter that else. So if I press it again, right, that means it's entering the first part, which we don't want. Oh no, it did enter the else, because we do it both here and here. What is the error again? Oh, it's not a function. Let's just comment it out, because it's just a notification, so I don't care. I wonder if this restore checkpoint code, this restore checkpoint feature actually works, because it's been doing some really strange stuff recently. Like if I restore a checkpoint, here, like it definitely worked here. Okay, so now it works again, sort of. So now let's look at the code, and let's check if it has the error. See, now we don't have the error. This is very weird. So let's go to the if this.cinematic mode, and toggle cinematic mode. Don't have these notifications. I just want to add a print that I'm getting into the else. So I'm just going to add it here. Yeah, so that works great. Okay. So now we want to add all these prints to make sure that these variables are what they are. Great, so now we can see for sure what's going on here. So we're closing the inventory. If we look at the inventory UI, so all of these are defined. That's good. Open is false. Okay, let's look. So is open is false when we get here, even though it's open. Also, it's not working anymore after I added the prints. What? So strange. So I'll comment out the prints. Something really janky. Would it be better if the map moves along with the camera direction? Currently moves with the boat nose. The map moves along with the camera direction. Oh, are you saying the boat moves along with the camera direction? Let me think. So you like rotate the camera and then the boat moves where you're rotating the camera. Is that kind of what you're saying? I think that kind of makes sense. I think there are probably games that do that. That kind of makes sense. But not sure yet. I might put a pin in this cinematic thing for the moment because it's taking up a lot of time and it's sort of just whatever. I think basically the UI.js is maybe getting a little too big because it's just having a lot of issues with this particular request and there's a lot of bugs. Sky mode, yeah. Cool, we got another person join. That's cool. CB7K. I'm gonna add the thing so you click a player, you can teleport to them. I think that's fun. And then maybe after that we'll work on the combat. Because I think that's enough kind of small stuff for today. So we should go into the player list. So I want to add a thing that when you click a player on the player list, and it should open up another pop-up that's essentially a teleport to player. It's kind of like a drop-down menu sort of. So you click it, little menu, and you can teleport to the player. You'll need to get some information about the player from the data that's already there actually. So just set the position of the character to what the other player is that they selected. And the player's position, the one that's clicking, is in game state. Oh, you're CB7K. That's cool. Yeah, thanks for checking it out. It's cool. Test it a little bit. So how bad is your jankiness? You said you had some like, it was loading a lot or something? Oh, I see when I hit an island, it's pretty, it's a little. Right, there should be some permissions. That's what like Minecraft has, Minecraft servers. But I think at the beginning it's sort of just whatever, you know, people are joining, test it out. Like, feel free to, you know, there should be some, obviously, in the future the player has to, other player has to approve that you teleport to them. Okay, let's see if it finished generating here. Cool. It didn't update imports, which seems a little strange. We'll see. Oh, nice. Looks pretty good. Let me try it, I guess. I didn't even know if that worked or not. Oh, it actually worked. I'm actually... Huh. Worked first try. Pretty cool. Well, that's great. You know, when that happens, it's... blows your mind a little bit. So yeah, cool. I'll make sure to move this second option, which I'm not sure what that says. Let's go check. I don't know if we want it. Oh, player info? No, we don't want that. Maybe later. Actually works though. Let me click it. Oh. Alright, yeah, we don't want that. Create an alert. Very important. Alright, let's just delete all this. Pop up. Yeah. No, I broke it. What did I delete? Is it this? Is that the thing? Oh, I still broke it. Is there errors now? What did I delete? Is it this? Okay, I just delete this stuff. Oh, it's gotta be this. Oh, I deleted this. What? Let's see. Edge won't even load the game? Interesting. Do you mind telling me what kind of device are you on? Is it like a Chromebook or something? Okay, I teleported to you. In theory, I should see you. But I do not. So I think it's maybe not working anymore. Am I even changing position? I can't really tell. Wasn't it working a second ago? I am changing position. I have a feeling I know what this is though. Yeah, see now it works. Okay, so basically the position data is not regularly updating, so it's like an old position, I think. I think that's what's going on. Because it did work, I teleported to you when I reloaded the page. Okay, yep. Oh, interesting. Not a Chromebook. Okay. What could it be then? What could it be? Oh yeah, this. No, it's not that actually. What else could it be? So it's stuttering. I believe the GPU acceleration on Chrome is enabled, right? By default, right? Chrome by default. It's enabled by default. What else could it be? What else could it be? I'm not really sure. We'll see. Like, it's not a networking thing, I don't think, because, maybe it is, though. I guess I can try by doing, like, like, if you do offline mode, do you still have the jankiness? Like, is it still... so it's very clearly the code on the client? Thanks for testing that for me, because for me to find that would be really hard. But there's definitely a reason that's fixable. So it sort of works. We can just finish it by... We need to regularly refresh the locations of the other players. Not like super regularly, but maybe like every time you open the pop-up, right? You should refresh the location of the other players, I think. And there should be some throttle on that, but... So... Basically it needs to trigger a refresh to the network. So what I want to have happen here is like every time you open the player list pop-up, it should refresh. Actually, now that I think about it, we can just add it to the refresh button in the Yeah, I just wonder, like, why does it run okay on my computer? Because I'm using a MacBook. Oh, I'm sure this. I'm thinking about it though. Oh, right. Another question is when is the stuttering that you're seeing? Is it sort of just at the very beginning the whole time, or is it when you leave the spawn? Because when you leave the spawn is when it's generating new islands and stuff like that. If it's always, then we know it's. I mean, there's definitely a lot of optimization you can do here. I'm just wondering why it would work on mine roughly okay. Image and Edge. So I guess I can try it. Let me just download Edge and try it out, I guess. Maybe they don't. Let's see this Edge enable GPU acceleration by default. Doesn't say. Actually, I might already have it. I don't remember. I don't. I don't really see it. Where is it? There it is. Oh, yeah, that's definitely. Well, there's just an initial stutter there. And I kind of got a hang of it. I mean, the UI definitely looks different on Edge. It doesn't even have the frame rate here. Interesting. I wonder what else it could be. Solid 65. Oh, okay, looking at the water, solid horizon with view island, stuttery 20s. Moving camera while. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Islands are the most stuff. And I think the chat, the people saw that, when we first doing it, the islands, the same thing, you look at the horizon, the frame rate would drop a lot. I think basically a way to fix that is just to render fewer islands, like around you. Which is just a variable change. But it's good to know that it's, at least you're not dropping down to like 2 frames a second or something. So if you're 25, like that sucks. And it's probably like pretty easy fix there. It's just the islands render, like how many islands to render. But this will probably be a recurring sort of thing. Where we have to, stop every once in a while to optimize a little bit. Probably not right now though. Just, I guess I can change the variables though. So if I refresh, right? Yeah, so we need to We need to fix the refresh. It should refresh the players' locations, like it should refresh how many people are online and things like that. So when you open the dialog box, it should trigger a refresh. Oh, you said 0 to 15 when the boat is moving fast. That makes sense. Are you actually setting this /speed? Or are you just using, are you just the normal speed? If you're just the normal speed, then yeah, that's probably pretty bad. Normal speed, okay, gotcha. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for checking it out. Thanks for also saying that, because that's good to know. We'll probably reduce the islands generation or something. Alright, but probably gonna commit the current teleportation code before I kind of works, before I make any modifications, because I don't really want to undo the... Oh, it could also have to do with the database rights, because you have to be a certain distance away for it to... So I should do unavailable. Well, I'll try this, right? First I'm going to do /wild. So I'm pretty far away, I think. And I'll do this. Yeah, a little weird. But I think it kind of works. I'll work on something else here. Inventory persistence has kind of been on the list for a really long time now. But we're going to do the controls of the ship. Let me just make sure the inventory still works. I'll catch a fish. think it should look a little better, first of all. Inventory. I'll check something real quick. I can do it on my phone, actually. Trying to understand something. See if it deployed. Any changes? I guess not yet. Let's take a look. Make sure everything's working. Did it just deploy? Or? Oh, it's a caching thing again. Yeah, obviously the needs to move the other UI elements. Or not move it, but be above it. So we just have to add a z-index or something. So let's do that. So in the teleport, right now it's below some UI elements before it. Can you make sure it's on top of everything? I just realized the frame rate's gone for me too, so I must have accidentally removed them. I bet it put the diagnostics and frame rate stuff. Yeah, it did, I think. So frame rates. Frames per second. I guess I can just check where we do this here. Right, this is our FPS counter. No, it's not actually. So let's say no, that's just the display for the. Oh, here it is. I think. Just remove this. Yeah. Okay, so currently the drop down is very clearly below the other UI. So if we go back to the player list, see where it set the Z index here. Let's just make it like a bajillion. It didn't do the container. So it's the drop down when you click the player. So can you show me where that is? So let's just set this to be like a bajillion. Let's see. Actually, I forgot a Z index. I think Z index is the lower it is, right? No, that's not what we want to check here. Right, because I'm going to be on top, so it's kind of hard to check. Bird just pooped on my ship. Yeah, I'm just making sure. So Z index is the smaller it is. Excuse me. Higher the element, the higher priority. Okay. So I think that should work, right? Let's just push it and try it, I guess. Okay, let's move on to other more interesting things. Next thing is inventory persistence, maybe. Yeah, well, I mean, that should be pretty straightforward, I think. Do we already have it? Let's check. We already have added inventory, so we just need to integrate that. I'm gonna use this code here. Do we have add to inventory here? We actually already have it. Already have added to inventory, but it's not creating the collection. That was the problem we were having. Like, hold on a second. I remember at one time I was getting an error when I did this. It's a long time ago. So first, let's just add a nice little print. I think a logger as well, because I'm not going to remember which one works. But it's one of these. We got to direct the network. Should go to the right place. Okay, so let's cast this line here. Cool, that felt pretty good. Got a salmon. All right, let's check if printed. I've been having trouble with these prints for some reason. They don't actually show up here. Oh, cool. So that's great. We still have this same error, which we can just debug this. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. It's a big component. So we're trying to add a fish and the collection doesn't exist, right? Yeah, exactly. So the error we were having before is in the model, it's not creating the collection. I don't really know why yet. Wait, where's the inventory? It's not here. What? I think we deleted it, so we have to add it back. So we want to make a new model. Object here. So we want to make a new inventory collection. Please look at app.py, specifically the lines that I added, and add the new inventory collection. It should have contain the fish that the user has. Should contain inventory items, I think it's called cargo, and then should contain the treasures, which are from monsters. No, I gotta say it again. Please add the add to inventory. We want this to be in the model, the Firestore model, and please make it so on initialize that this collection is being created. Reference the other models in this file for how to do that, and make sure to include the fish, the treasures, and the cargo as that's what's going to be in there. So yeah. Should be 2 players. Oh no, I'm connected to localhost, so now it's only 1 on each. I mean the local server. Okay, let's try this. Last time it did not work with the new model, I remember, but maybe this time. It'll be interesting. So now we want to see if the collection was created. I'm going to restart the server if it isn't, just to make sure, but so let's basically just restart this first before we assume it doesn't work. Oh, did I press, oh, right now, that's this. All right, so yeah, we created this, errors unrelated. Save it loaded the page. So I don't see a new collection, so check if there's any errors first. So double check this file. Is it creating the inventory collection on startup? Or when is it creating the inventory collection? Is it creating it when you catch a fish? It actually might be doing that. Let's just do it. Catch a fish. Check. Okay, let's see if it exists in inventory now. Oh, inventory update. That's good. So it's definitely getting to the endpoint. Now we just not gotta see if it actually worked to set the collection. Aha! Worked first try. Heck yeah. Last time this was a whole operation. And it didn't end up working at the end of the day. So I wonder if this already just works, because that would be pretty cool. So I'm gonna reload the page and log in on the other browser. Actually, I'll just log in the other browser. That's all I gotta do. But I need to delete the user account to do that, because it's logging in automatically and I don't have a sign out yet. So hold on a second. One second here. I'm just gonna delete all my accounts. Tidefall game. Okay, I think that's everything. All right, let's do a quick reset. So I'm going to reload the page, catch a fish, and then we'll log in over here and make sure the fish is in the inventory. If it is, that is a very good sign. Oh shit, why is it, that gotta be a hard one. So. Oh my god, this is the hardest one. No, I couldn't even get the other ones. Is this one even possible? I don't think I've ever even caught one with this. So you gotta keep it in the green. And you have to reel in when it's in the green, but you have to do it slowly enough that it doesn't, and you also have a time limit. So I'm not really sure that one's possible, to be honest. It's either that or I just need to get good or something, but... I gotta mash this key, dude. Jesus. I'm sorry, it's probably like really loud on the mic. I'm not really sure. Yeah, this is slightly ridiculous. I think I might have to change that. Okay, I'm gonna kill this freaking octopus, dude. Okay. This one is like, what the heck is going on here? What am I supposed to do exactly? I think I'm gonna ask it to make the game a little easier, like just slightly easier, so I can actually catch a fish next time. What? I don't understand. Why is it so hard? Because before I was catching it like no problem, but now it's like... Okay, this one's an easy one, I think. That's good. Okay, so now we can finally test. If I reload the page and I log in, will I have the fish that I caught? Okay, I won't. Not yet. But at least it's stored. Let me make sure it's stored, actually. I think it should be, but yeah, so I have a new, because I made a new user account, I have a new entry. Because it's not that big of a database, so I don't really understand why it's taking minutes to load it. Well, whatever. Oh yeah, see it has a difficulty variable. That's why, even if it's just a COD, some of them are harder, I guess. Okay, cool. Hey, how's it going? Vibe Coding, we're hosting the site. I'm using render hosting for the site, and for the DB I'm using Firebase for now. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just it's a pretty simple little stack. Yeah, and vibe coding, probably the future, I would agree. for now, I do have to still do some coding to make everything work, but it's getting better for sure. And it's possible I'm not, like, I haven't totally figured out the right way to do it totally. Okay, so we stored it. Now let's just try to fix the getters for the inventories. I'm gonna first make sure it's... I guess we probably should fix this error at some point. I'll just ask what it is. So what is this error? How do we get around it? Don't implement any code yet, just kind of tell me what's going on. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just basically add a throttle to all this stuff. I think that's a great idea, actually. Yeah, can we add a throttle to all the things you see as potentially problematic and set it to the same value as the one that's currently there? Do you think AI will replace many jobs? Not really sure. I saw some thoughts on Twitter that I thought were cool. Basically, like, future software engineering is you're kind of like a AI manager, and it kind of makes sense because that's what I'm sort of doing. I basically just like tell it to do something, and then I just make sure, and while it's doing it, I usually just play the game or play on my phone, and then I'll just see if it did the right things. And if there's bugs and it gets in a hole, I'll just kind of reset and try some different ways to prompt it. Different player, so it's using the... Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So it's like a map for default dictionary. Okay, we have a dictionary for every... Obviously, if you have a lot of players, you need to actually store this somewhere else, but we don't, so... I think that probably roughly works. Not really sure though. I'm gonna try it. It's hard to test though, this particular thing. I actually don't really want to test this right now. I'll probably do it later. I'll just make a branch for it. Yeah, I'll just make a branch for this. Yeah, we can bring the changes, it's fine. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. What is this here? 400, the query requires an index. That sounds like something that could be related to the error we're getting. let's see here real quick. Can you analyze the code and basically check, do we need an index on what we're doing for the inventories? Because Firestore requires you to make an index on certain types of queries. It's true. Yeah, it's scary, man. No, I don't know. I don't know what the solutions are. Just it's pretty cool in its current state though, so I'm pretty happy with it. Don't know what it looks like in the future. So it's related to my message collection. So I'm actually not storing any messages that's commented out, so probably don't have to worry about this then. Because there's really no reason to store messages at the moment. So we know we're adding into the inventory, so we know that part's working, so it's probably the get. And let's just make sure we have a getter. We might not. Get inventory, something like that. Yeah, get player. So we do have a player inventory get. Let's make sure we're calling it the log. And I think it should open this, should print, we'll see. So I don't see it. So it's probably just not getting here. Let's check network. So the reason I kind of debug a little myself is it's much more effective if I can give it a little bit of direction on what the potential bug is. It seems to be a little faster to do it that way. So we know it's in the get player inventory. Get player stats. So I actually don't see a get player inventory. So that's why. Right. I'm just gonna make sure though. So I'm currently not seeing a get player inventory. Is this true? Can you verify? Don't code anything quite yet. Yeah, cool, we don't have it, so that makes sense. So let's add it to the sacrament, add to inventory. Yep. And cool, great. Great, so can we add this new function? It's just getting the player's inventory. Please refer to the app.py for the endpoint there. And instead of attaching the file, it's usually better to just add this instead. And then delete the file. Does that make sense? Just plug that in there. Cool. Oh, that's cool, made it separate. Has item. Cool, yeah, that makes sense. Granted, this should be in some kind of init, but let's just try it first.
So when I reload the page, I should have some fish from the database. Let's try it out. Do not, which is okay. There should be some errors or something. Let's check the prints. So I don't see it, so therefore inventory is. Let's just make sure that. So it's actually not even getting in here, I don't think. So I'm gonna put it in main, it's exported. So I'm just gonna import it. Okay, now we'll check. So if I open it, I should see some new stuff. Do not. So just make sure it's not. Here it is. So here's the error. Cannot get inventory. No, not connected or no player ID. So basically, we want to wait till we're connected before we try to get the player stuff. And that makes sense. So we want to move it to the connection response, the code for that, which makes a lot of sense actually. So we have a response here, and we're going to just plug it in here. And we're going to try that. So let's see if it's making me sign in again, which is kind of interesting. I bet there's an error with what we've done here. See if it prints an inventory first. Don't see it. I'm gonna comment it out just to make sure, but it should be just something related to the error function. Unclear why it's asking me to sign in again, so I'm going to comment it out and sign in again. So he said, add a debug print statements. Oh, have I tried? There's more comments actually. Let me read it. Sorry. I think they, yep. One day the AI decides to wipe us out. Agreed. Okay. Have you tried the AI voice sesame? I haven't tried it. I saw the video. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. It sounds very human. So you add debug paraments. Exactly. And sometimes you just say like, hey, add 1,000,000 prints. So that way you can better direct the AI to fix the problem. Because if I try it right now, it's going to try a bunch of stuff. Especially with these big files, it's probably not going to get it. But if I say, hey, here's the problem that I don't know how to fix it, but here's where it is, then it's going to do a pretty good job usually. So it looks like this part, get game state all players. I think that's unrelated. Check if I have the fish. Don't have the fish. So I'm just going to stick a console log in here just to make sure that we're getting to that exact place. So we get it here, fetching inventory. Okay, great. So we do get into this function, but we just don't get into afterwards. So let's go take a look. So we start to fetch. We do get past here. Do get here. Get our inventory URL. We start to fetch. I'm just going to make sure we're getting here. So we should get a response, and let's just read what the response is and see what's going on. That's a new error, right? Was that ever there before? So not really sure. So why am I getting this error now? It should be added to the course because it's added in Firebase. I mean, maybe I have to add it for like a specific collection. Let me just check the production, I guess you call it. If it's still running here. Go, yeah. So I've been making this game since February 27th. And my Twitch stream goes back to my Twitch channel goes back to almost the very beginning, where I just had two files, main and app.py. That's it. Or no, main and network, not even app.py. I started the YouTube a few days after the beginning, so I started streaming on YouTube. So if you want, you can just check out like kind of what it started with and how it evolved there. So yeah, adding more prints sounds pretty good. Let's see what it says because I'm curious what this. We're hitting a course preventing the JavaScript. Let me just check if I have this same error over here. I shouldn't. In the production part. Yeah. So let's try again. And I'll check here too. Okay, let's check. Okay, this is in the new code, so it's good to know. I'm gonna ask it to try to fix it because at least it has an error. Can you try to fix this in this code that we've added in this fetch? Thank you. Oh, is it trying to do something weird? All right, let's just apply these changes. Nice, it worked, I think. Let's check it out. So getting player inventory. Let's get the actual. So we should see in the fetch the received inventory data. Okay, didn't get it yet. Oh, interesting. Okay, it's creating a new event, which I don't know we actually have. We have to check. Oh, we actually do. Okay. So that makes sense, right? Basically, when the inventory updates, it should enter this code. So we should try doing a fish, catch a fish, and then see if it prints the new code. Make the game better. Here are the requirements. That's generally what I do. Like if I'm adding a new feature, like for example, the recent teleport that I added this morning, it did in one try. I was just like, hey, I'd like to add a teleport dialog box to this, and then it did it. Sometimes I ask it, hey, you know, I have this idea, but I'm not, like this general idea, can you give me more ideas and also tell me how to prompt you? And that's pretty good. Like for example, it generated this treehouse over here that way. So it made a lot of cool things in it. Like it's glowing. It's got like water droplets. And I was like, hey, give me a thing for how to prompt you. So that's cool. The birds, it generated one try. The radar. Even the sockets. So to set up multiplayer was actually super easy. It probably took 2 hours, maybe less than 2 hours. Because it generated pretty much all the code. Okay, it gave me a really hard fish, so probably can't catch that. Oh, right, and this fishing it generated too. At first it was really simple, but I was like, make it a pretty advanced fishing game. And then it did it. So that's cool. Cool. Now let's just see if it did something. Oh, look. It triggered, added to inventory. Let's see if it's there. And let's check on the other browser. Dang. Well, it's close. Because it triggered the... Oh, no, it should trigger the received inventory data. That's the print. Received inventory. Dang. Okay. It didn't actually work. I'm just going to make sure it didn't print any of these. I need to reduce the amount of prints here because it's getting a little overwhelming. Oh. We got, okay, never mind. We did get it, right? So we got this inventory updated, and then it should have called this update inventory in game UI. So let's go check that. But it didn't. Let's see here. Let me try one more time because it's possible this localhost had a different code because I didn't reload it. And right now the hot reloading's not doing the right things. So it's possible it had the old code and maybe it didn't update the inventory. So I'm gonna catch another fish. Yeah, 3.7 is really good. I haven't gotten the Opus version. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they start having some troubles if lots of people start using it because it's just so amazing. So this kind of stuff. It'll probably be temporary, I guess. close. I think one thing I'm gonna do is get rid of the time limit because it's not very fun if it makes it a little frustrating. Because I don't want to have to like freak the hell out to get the fish. Just kind of want to chill. Like I have to like mash this key to get the thing to go up. And then plus there's a time limit. Yeah, so that's not very fun. That's kind of like, so I just gotta prep rid of that. If you guys want to try it, it's on this side here. I won't see you guys as connected on my local, but I don't know if anyone's on here. It's on ads. This is the link if you want to try it out. Let's see what we got. Got a person playing, that's cool. I don't know if that's me or not. Might be actually. Anyways. There's a bunch of commands you can do. Like you can do /fly and /speed in the chat. And you can do /birdstorm. I was so close. Like, so I'll show you /birdswarm and /fly. It's kind of fun. You can do /fly speed 100. Oh, my girlfriend joined the game. Let's check it out. Is that her? Question mark? Oh no, she just joined. Okay. So I think the player, you have to fix that. I don't think the players. I think you have to reload the page. Oh, he changed his. The color's working. That's kind of cool. Oh, this is still broken with the showing under. That's cool. She's the one zooming around. She's probably the Sailor 74. Yeah, that's her right there. Catch her. So right now when you hit the islands, you sort of spaz out, but it should be like, yeah, she says the moving's a little wonky. Multiple people have said that now, so. I think I was wrong. I made it too icy. This should maybe be drift mode, like you do /drift mode, and then you get this. So that was a mistake. But I kind of like it. Yeah, yeah, it's sort of just icy. So, like you said, like, um, it's like basically it's like a delayed turning thing it added, and then I guess acceleration or something. I don't know, but yeah, I agree. It's like probably a bit too icy kind of feel to the driving. It's like I'm drifting everywhere. Yeah, let me look at the chat real quick. Curious if we can do that one shot. Can you ask Sonnet if it can make the ship move more realistic? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that. It's a nice break from this inventory thing. So what I do is I go to the file. I'm just going to highlight the code where it's doing that. So this is all the physics for the ship. Probably should be not here in this file, but it's okay. And then we'll plug it in. So I'd like you to try something else. Basically, the ship right now is pretty, feels icy. Like, it feels like you're on ice, right? So please make it so it's improved movement. Please keep the acceleration stuff though, that's kind of cool. But just like change those variables so it's like, feels a little more responsive to the controls. Like when you turn, it should turn more quickly. Yeah. So increase the turning power. I guess we could just play with these variables ourselves though. So this is the rudder power. I guess let's just try modifying that because that actually might just make it feel better. Oh yeah, that's actually. Oh no, it's just the how fast I'm turning thing. It's not the actual acceleration kind of stuff. So let's try applying this. Okay. Definitely still feels a bit icy, I would say. Takes a long time for it to change direction. So when it does this kind of stuff, I usually just ask it to make it really dramatic so I can see the differences and just plug it into variables so I can control myself. So what I'd like you to do is make some changes that are really dramatic and shove all this stuff into more variables. So for example, like I should be able to control the acceleration shift, I guess. So like I want the player to be able to very quickly change direction still. So the acceleration is cool, but it should be very minor. But make these changes like really dramatic so I can see a difference and modify it. See, this is really nice. Like when it generates a config, and then you can just play around with the variables. Because we have a little bit here, but now we'll have a lot more to try to get it right. So we probably want to turn up the water resistance, right? Like let's make it like 100 just to see what it does. That's pretty crazy. I definitely changed directions much quicker now though, so that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's already kind of improvement. What else do we want to do? Maybe we just reduce the turn speed a little. So half. consistency. More consistent turns at all speeds. Don't really know what that means, to be honest. So don't do any coding, but what does this mean, this turn consistency thing? Okay, so your turning power decreases as you go faster. That's kind of interesting. It feels more arcade-like and responsive. Okay. So lower, quicker deceleration. So I like that actually. So let's test it real quick. It shouldn't be very long that so when I stop, right, it should stop pretty quickly. I think it does. I think there's maybe a little bit, but turn drift amount. Yeah, so we're gonna make a command in the chat, and it's basically like /drift mode, and we'll just like turn this up to ridiculous numbers. So let's try it. Let's do like 0.9 or something. Yeah, I think there is. I have to test if it's placebo or not, but hold on. Not really sure. Let's maybe try like 50, just to get a dramatic difference. Yeah, not sure on that one. Have to experiment later, I guess. Min turn, drift speed. Speed above which turning... Oh, that might be what it is, right? You have to be going a certain speed to drift. So let's maybe set that to really tiny and set this to be like 5 or something. Let it cook. Curious if we can do that one shot. Well, I guess from my experience, it's nice to be able to kind of play around with it to get what you like. So I like to generate the config here and just mess with the values. Because it might not generate it, and then in the future, if you want to change it, you know, I guess you could always generate it later, but I don't know. My preference is just to try playing with it for a little bit. It's already way better, actually. There's way less of this drifting stuff. Not really seeing too much difference with this, so that variable. Let's turn up the wind drift like a ridiculous amount. I want to see what that looks like. I'll set it to 50 just to see if it's working. Oh, it is. That's pretty fun. That's cool. I mean, I guess this game will have some wind, but like in the storm biomes, we turn this up and you like, I can't control it for real. That's kind of fun. Alright, that's cool. Well, that was really cool. Thanks for, I like what it added here. Thanks for asking me to fix that. The people who were not happy with. Sharper turning. So if I make this, should be even less sort of drifting stuff, right? Let's see. I mean, obviously the rotation's a little bit too crazy. Let's change it a little bit. Oh yeah, let's make the acceleration faster because it feels like I'm kind of sluggish. Oh, you know what? So this is cool, but let's try a second thing, which is basically I think that's kind of what you were saying in the chat. So I want you to generate a few different ship configs here, and I want to be able to just like plug it in. Make different types, like make a drift mode, just make different types of movements that I can just plug in. Yeah, that was a good suggestion. Sometimes I forget, like I don't need to actually, I could just generate more versions. I don't really need to understand quite like everything. So arcade mode, ultra responsive. That sounds cool. Let's try that. Oh my god. It's definitely responsive. That's cool. Let's look at the next one. Realistic sailing. Okay. Okay, so realistic sailing means I guess you just don't move. Interesting. Don't really know. Tight controls. Yeah, definitely. Definitely feels like the future a little bit for this kind of stuff. Yeah, definitely a little more drifting like before with this version. Beginner mode, forgiving. Tank mode, super heavy but powerful. I think I'm gonna make all these commands, so if you want to do it in the chat, you can just try different types. So basically just a different command would just shift the configs there. It's pretty easy. Speed demon, pure acceleration. I think I do have a maximum speed set, so. Actually, that's nice. That's actually what we want, I think. We want pretty quick acceleration because it's just less drifty. So that actually kind of fixes the problem. Alright, cool. So let's push that. I think that's pretty good. So the problem was just it wasn't accelerating enough. So I'll just push that. Make sure I'm not breaking anything. There's one thing I want to test that's important is there's this like bouncing or knockback effect that sometimes when I modify this code it broke, so I want to make sure because it's pretty cool. Just gotta find a monster. No, not that. Where's the monster? It's over here, right? I think the radar should say where I'm oriented. It's kind of hard to tell. Nice, the knockback still works, so that's great. Cool, let's push that. Let's see, is there Let me see. Add 549, modify that. Accept yours. To modify the ship behavior. Yeah, I mean, you make, eventually if you make a really good game, people start playing. But, I think first make the game good and people play, then maybe you could potentially do. But I don't really like microtransactions in general, so let's try to make it. I think, yeah, cosmetic stuff, like you said, is probably the best kind of microtransaction, for sure. But something to pay for the game, I agree. Because if you're hosting for the server and stuff like that, you probably need something to so it works. But like some of the stuff on Twitter you see, they're just like plastering the games with ads. That's a little bit kind of weird. Like who's gonna stick around to play a game full of ads with no mechanics? But this game has a long way to go in terms of that. So this was the old version. Let's try it again. Let's see if it already deployed. Okay, not yet. Let's check. It's deploying. Yeah, I did hear your response. My girlfriend sent me a text. But yeah, I agree, I think, in general. Cool, let's see if it's deployed and test the difference. I think it's way better, honestly. Okay, it hasn't deployed quite yet. Yeah, one dude made the 50K, 60K, and yeah, I saw that. I'm like, okay, it's interesting. Mm-hmm. I like this way better. This. I have to reload the cache again. Not sure why it's taking so long. Oh, it already reset it. Okay, let's test it. It doesn't seem to be loading for some reason. Not really understanding. Okay, loaded. Cool. Let's see if it's. Yep, nice. Much faster acceleration. Let's make sure it didn't break the fly speed command. I mean, the speed command. Nice. was thinking about adding a thing like if you have a near miss to the island when you're going super fast, it like adds XP or something. Kind of like there's like a near miss. There's a game that has that. It's kind of fun. And this is the fog mode. Obviously, that's pretty janky, but it's a good start. Okay. Anyways, let me remove my chat window so I have to look. I reset my chat window, so if any of you guys send any messages, I didn't see it, unfortunately, because it's reset for some reason. Oh, but now the, oh, I see, as I go faster, I can't turn as fast. I don't really like that, to be honest. So I'm going to get rid of that. That's the consistency factor, I think. So let's just make that like 50 or something. I'll just push that because that probably works, but let me test things. So slash speed. I'll put 5. To reload the page, maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, nice, yeah. So now it doesn't bother my have fun with my super speed mode. So let's push that. Also, another thing, I don't know if the guy was asking questions still here, but it also one-shot the monsters. So if you see the monsters, all the animations, it did that. So it's kind of cool. So let me go find one. And it's funny, the monsters underwater, they fall apart, and then when they come back to the surface, they come back together. So for example, I'll show you. Yeah, see, so this is his fins or something. And see, that's the other monster's fins. So they all fall apart, and then they all start to reconnect when they get to the surface. The water. So the AI did all that. I don't really know why. It's kind of funny though. See, they're all the parts of them are reconnected. So funny. See, that's the octopus's eyes. It's coming back. And then reconnect right when he got to the surface. It's very strange. It's emergent behavior. Okay, anyways. So we're working on the inventory. Let's do it. So we're getting some errors, right? Let's go find it again. I think we were close, but I gotta find the errors. Yeah, it's much better. I don't know what I was thinking with the. I think it's maybe a little too fast, I guess. We can decrease the maximum speed, but I think it's fine. I'll go get a quick coffee. I'll be right back, and I'll continue. Can't remember if I pushed the... Okay, I did. Well, let's maybe continue the inventory stuff. So it gets really laggy when you look back because it doesn't remove the birds from the chunk and the monsters. So when you look back, it's just like, I think that's my guess, because if I look away, it's back to 50. So let me add that to the list here. I think I'm gonna actually just check that we're getting here. So we emit it. We should just make sure it's getting over here. And then we can, if it is, then we know it's just something with displaying. Probably. So we're gonna reload and then go to the inventory. I think it's probably related to that. Okay, that's actually good to know. So I'm not seeing the print. Excuse me. Oh, so this we just want to copy the data for the chat. And then go to the network. It's actually not this, it's get inventory. Get player inventory. And then we send it here. So we check that it is correctly adding the item to the inventory, but I'm not seeing any prints for the getting the inventory. Can you try to investigate why it's not entering here? I thought we already had prints here, but yeah, let's add it. Cool. Let's check that. So let's go to this code. I mean, we know it's doing this, but let's just make sure. Oh, interesting. It's not even it's not even doing this. So that would be why. Oh no, it is. No, this is sending get. True. Cool. And now we just check that it enters here. This so it doesn't, right? Let's make sure. Cool. Now we can just make sure more accurately that we have the error now, so it doesn't go here. So we're going to add this to chat, and we're going to this as well. So we never printed this print about the getting the inventory data. Can you try to investigate why we would not? One thing I'm gonna try just to make sure, because I can't remember the hot reloading worked at the beginning of the project for this, but just make sure. Yeah, so we got the 3, but we don't have the 4th. Well, no, print. Print. Oh, the type it. Doesn't hurt, but also probably not the issue. I would think. All right, let's just make sure it's being received again. Wait a second. Ah. One second. So these prints are not working because we know it's. Oh wait, no, this is disconnecting. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go player join. I'm gonna verify the prints are working because it's a little suspicious. I'm gonna add some prints as well. How about let's just print this. Okay. Okay, so it is working. Interesting. So it's definitely not entering this function with the get inventory for some reason. Don't really understand that. Because it's definitely emitting it, right? When we do the open here. Oh, but it should do it every time we open the thing. Right? Yeah. Okay. So basically, yeah, let's just do that. So when the player clicks the inventory, it should definitely call get player inventory to trigger that. So please try doing that and make sure to import it. Where does it actually call it though? I don't see it. Where is it? What? I'll try applying, but I don't see it. Was I blind? Weird. So let's read this real quick. If inventory data, received inventory data looks good. Return fish, inventory, yeah. Makes sense to me. Let's try it. It might work. It at the very least will trigger the calls so we can more closely debug. Yay! It works! Let's just make sure on the other browser. Now we have persistent fish in the inventory. That's cool. So cool. Okay, cool. Just have to fix this count and value. I think even the treasures might be working. We'll try that. And then after that, we'll do combat stuff. I think that's a pretty good idea. We'll try to make it more interesting. That's what we'll do for the rest of the day, maybe. Maybe get some other bugs, maybe. Actually, now that I think about it, this error here might be why we have some of the problems that we've had with the. So I'm gonna make sure that you fix that. The player list. Can Can you investigate this error here? What could be going on? Don't code anything yet. Just point me to what's happening. Can you take a look in network.js and try to find any functions that we could use instead? Why do we need this particular function? Okay, all players. Where's the error again? Main.js. Get game state of players. What? That isn't the error. Interesting. I haven't seen that before. Can you double check? I'm not really understanding. You're saying the function should be this name, right? So. Whoa. So it's making some very critical mistakes, which it normally does not make that, because it's not reading from the image the incorrect error. So I will instead paste it. This is the error. Just out of curiosity. So it should be it, right? Let me look. So it's just not defined. Yeah, that's exactly right what it did here. Because this stuff is in here. So you export it. But I don't really want to create... Yeah, that's right. Cool. Great. And then we just import that over here. Cool, let's try that. I wonder if that'll fix some of the bugs with the... just make sure it exports game state all players, right? That should work. I maybe have to restart the server. Yeah, get all players. How did we replace that function? Let me check. Yeah, I don't really want to. I'm just gonna leave it for now, because whatever. Actually, just rename what we did with it. Stop. So we should have fixed that error. Let's just make sure. Okay. So I got a tiny bug fixer. Why did we add this here? I'm gonna push because we added the inventory consistency stuff. Remove some of the print stuff. I think I'm gonna go through and clean out the prints we're doing everywhere because it's starting to make it more difficult to. Specifically the game state, we're doing a bunch of stuff that's like spamming. What? Oh no, it was here. That's probably fine. Okay, so next, let's see. All right, gotta change that. And then make sure at the bottom thing here. I think though, so the inventory needs to scroll. That's one thing. If you start collecting a lot of items, it's got to be able to scroll in the. So let's add that real quick. Well, actually, let's do that. Let's catch a bunch of fish before we test stuff like that. The reason to reset my inventory is because I just changed to a different server. So let's catch another fish to make sure. Alright, you're really annoying me. Slash kill. Nice. Let's fix the fishing too. Alright, so that should be here. Yep, let's make sure here it is as well. Did we break it? It was working last time I just tried. Could be a caching thing again. Let's try it over here, I guess. Maybe I'll try it right here. Just worked, so crazy. Oh, what the heck? Oh, now it works. So I guess, oh, I know what it is. It just takes a little bit to connect, so like right when you're connecting, you can't check the inventory, you won't see it. You have to wait a little bit. Now it's here. Okay, gotcha. So now we just have to fix that up a little bit, and then we'll have both the monster scales and the fish consistent across your accounts. Which is a pretty good fix. So I'm just take a screenshot of this part. You see on this image, the inventory UI isn't populating some of the values here, they're undefined. Can you do what's necessary to fix that? And shouldn't need, you just need the network and game state. You probably don't need the network, actually, just game state, I think. So it should store it, I think. Don't really remember. It does. Oh, nice, it kind of figured it out. No, it's just, so that's not the right fix there, so hold on. Inventory UI. Update the inventory. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to attach the Firestore model so it knows how to get the data from the, oh wait, no, from the, we already do that actually. No. But to double check, I will attach this. So basically do two things. First, make sure that in network that it aligns with the Firestore model of with how we're returning the Firestore model from app.py. Make sure it's consistent. And then in the inventory UI, use the right. So for example, it's possible that the fishdata.count, that's not the right field. This is loud. Let's see how they. Nice. But I'm not really sure that's working. Because I should have two fish, right? No, this is a different server. So I think it's working. I'm just gonna double check. But yeah, I think it just figured got that working. So let me catch a fish. The hardest part. Yeah, time limit. Definitely removing that. Oh, I see. You can actually hold. You don't have to mash it. You can just hold the key. That's why I'm struggling so much. Yeah, that's exactly right. Just hold the key. Damn it. Nice. Got the salmon. Alright, so I think it just overwrote. But let's just check in the database if that's actually what it did. Oh, now it shows up both. Oh, I think I know what it's doing. It's changing locally. It takes a little bit to get the new thing. Let's just make sure I have it on this side as well. Nice. So it does work. It's just a little should not update locally and like overwrite what's in there currently. But other than that, let's push that. Pretty good progress. Next, let's make sure the treasures show up for both of these. So that should be pretty easy because we already have this stuff. Can you double check, is there a function here that will update the inventory and it will work for the monsters already? I mean the treasures. Yeah, kind of makes sense. Now can we make sure when we kill the monster, I think it's in cannons, just that it calls the function to update the treasure in network. Let's make sure that makes sense. Yep, that looks good. Cool, let's try it. Let's go kill a freaking monster. Maybe we can make their behavior a little more advanced. And I noticed basically what they do is they just go down all the way and then they come back up later. But they all do it together, so it's a little bit. Okay, so let's kill the monsters, then we'll test if it worked. Okay, next we'll add an indicator on the radar because it's kind of hard to tell where I'm going. It's glitchy. That's really hard to tell. It's this way. Why are you guys just hanging out down here? Come up. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Alright, let's get it. Did I get it? Okay, I got it. But let's make sure on the other end it worked. It might not, honestly. I might have to kill one more because I noticed it wasn't reloaded and so the code wasn't there. Someone join? Oh yeah, someone joined. I think that's someone else, right? Hello. Alright, let me kill another one. Yeah, if you guys want to join, it's this site here, and I can teleport to you. You can teleport to me too, so if you want to hang out. I'll go back to the spawn now. There's a bunch of commands if you want to try them out too. There's some new people here. Oh, we should add a /help. Forgot about that. So much to do. Okay, after this, let's do the / thing, so you get a new, get a window for the chat, so you can get a bigger window. Alright, let's see if it worked. I'm not too optimistic that it worked, this particular one. it'll take a little bit. So it's gotta load. Oh, it worked. Nice. That was one try. Very cool. So now the treasures are consistent across the inventories. That's pretty dope. I'm pushing that. Cool. We should do. What should we do first? So we finally did the inventory stuff. I had it on the list forever. It's March 8th, though. Doesn't matter. Look at the chat in case. Oh, hey Carson, welcome back. How long do you have time to work on this? I'm gonna be going probably till 9:30, so that is another 5 hours. My goal for today is, the goal for every day is to do something substantial though, not just do bug fixes all day. So I would like to maybe do the combat today. But the inventory is a good fix, I think. It's pretty essential actually for the game. So we did a lot of bug fixes today in terms of, so we can maybe do something interesting. I really like this, you press the slash button and it opens a big chat and it shows you, because it's so small right now, so like, it works, but it'd be cool if, you open it up and it gives you some stuff. It's kind of like a terminal. You got your game terminal to do stuff. I like that. Let's do it, honestly. That's a simple thing. It's going to just generate a thing. And so let's add it. So basically, we want to create a game terminal. I know we already have a chat, but essentially, this is also a chat. So it's going to have a lot of the same code. So you'll probably need to export stuff from the leaderboard.js because unfortunately, one second. It's not called that. It's called, so we put it in some strange place. Oh no, it actually is called chat.js. Yeah. So from the chat.js, and you're going to use that because we want to minimize the code that you're generating for this. So it basically should have all the chat's functionality, but when you press slash, it's going to open up, we're going to call it the game terminal. And the game terminal will essentially describe all the existing commands and tell you, it'll give you basically, when you open it, it'll be all the commands we currently have and a description. So it's going to need a scrolling thing. And it should have a place for the user to type just like the normal chat does. And it also should work, like, so if you do the slash, commands, it's the same thing. And this shouldn't be a place for users to actually chat with each other though, so don't include any sockets. This is just for commands, this section. So you're basically going to look in chat.js for a lot of that functionality. What? Bro. Whisperflow, no. That was a lot of work. Alright, let's try it. Chat.js. Make sure it's working. Okay. Please minimize the code changes here. So basically what you're going to do is create a new file. You're going to call it gameterminal.js. You're going to implement all the things in chat.js responsible for the commands, because this is a game terminal. This is not a place for users to chat with each other. The commands should work, so the terminal, you should be able to run the commands. And integrate that with UI.js. Also, when you open the terminal, it should have an init message, which is basically shows all the commands that currently exist. And you should be able, this window, you should be able to scroll. So you can scroll and have a history, basically. Okay. But I have to stop it because I forgot to attach the other file. Which is the chat.js. And I don't think it needs anything else. Oh, I should attach the command system. So it knows maybe a little bit about that. Yeah, we're going to remove that maximum speed print because we don't really need that. Which probably needs to export things from chat.js, so that's a little suspicious to me. Maybe not, though. Let's try it. Okay. Cool. For some reason I thought this would be like a big change. It seems like it's not. Okay, so I'll just make sure the listener's working. Let's see. Oh, they added a button, which didn't really want, but let's check it out. Where is it? Let's see a button. Key down on the E key, which we definitely do not want. We want it to be this. Yeah, I don't really even know how to do that. Oh no, sorry. I read it wrong. It's the E event, so it's not the E key. It's enter is the key. Let's make it slash. Reload the page. Okay, so let's just make sure it's entering here. Okay, terminal UI. Did it actually apply to the? Oh, it didn't add this. So let's go ahead and add that. Huh. Interesting. Hold on a second. I changed this because this actually might just be for the actual sending of the command. If they didn't add it, this is for the actual opening of the window. All right, let's try it. Let's make sure it's entering the. It's doing a key down of. Oh, it's not slash. It's this weird. Oh. Yes. Yes. That is so cool. That's cool. If it works, It works. It's so cool. I love it. We have a game terminal. Okay, I'm pushing that. Super dope. Yo, what's up? Nice stream. Really enjoy this game. Play the Gator Mouse stream. Please add me on Discord. Sure. Wait. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if that's a bot or not, because sometimes there's some bots that join this Twitch. If you're not a bot, I apologize. But okay, cool. That's great. You know, have a game terminal. I'm gonna make sure all the commands work though. /fire. So it's not /fire, it's /fireball. Dope. /clan, yes. So cool. All right, I'm gonna post this on Twitter. I feel like this is a tweetable thing, because you know the Twitter is a lot of devs on my Twitter, so and this looks very legit. I love it. So cool. I guess I tag cursor because it generated. It's generated very quickly. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get another coffee. That was great. Okay, now then we're gonna do the combat stuff. I'll be back. All right, now we just got to make sure the command terminal has the right stuff. But other than that, it's super cool. It's and then we'll do the combat stuff. I feel like if we get done the combat, that'll be pretty good day. All right, let's see here. So basically, we just want to say, hey, just look at the folder, attach all the files, look at the folder, change the text. Did I make a new file for this? Yeah, I did. Good. So do I have to attach it? No, I don't think so. So really great. Don't change any like functionality or anything, but just look through the text and make sure that the text matches what the commands actually are. They should all be in that command folder, so just feel free to look in there. Oh, it doesn't have access to the actual module. I see. Okay. I will. So cursor should add like folders or something. Because now I gotta attach everything. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add a constant command because we might need this some other time too. So I'm gonna add a config with all the stuff that exists. Eventually maybe like a config.yaml or something of all the commands. But for now it'll stay in command system. So basically, what I want you to do first here is just look at all the commands throughout these files, and in command system, just define a constant, call it a config, of all the current commands. Don't change any code, just make it a constant that we'll be able to read. We're going to integrate it later, so just make it an unused variable for now. Nice, looks great. Perfect. Let's get that in there. Very cool. Let's export that. Okay, I just exported command config, so now in for the text in the terminal, just make sure that the commands are right and everything, but don't change any functionality. Is it not called game terminal? What is it called? It is called game terminal. There it is. It's gonna be so cool. Okay, next is the combat after changing this. And we do need to add the help command, I guess, but I think it's fine for now. Let me check if I do /fly, I can scroll? Okay, I can't scroll. So that's that's fine. Nice, great. Can't scroll this, I can't see all of them. Wait, does that work? So if I do /speed turbo, it'll work? So it generated some stuff that's not true. So I just gotta remove that, but it's fine. /bird swarm count. Oh, I know why the scroll isn't working anywhere. It's because it controls the camera. So we just have to make sure to note that. Okay. So I noticed the scroll isn't working anywhere in the game, and I think it's because in the camera controls, we're modifying the camera based on scroll. So what would be the best way to implement the scroll given? Sorry, I have to undo my, my AirPods died, so I might be a little quieter, but don't really know. I think I am. So let's see, camera controls. Yeah, exactly. Here's how to fix it. Just camera if not over you want. It's pretty weird. I guess we can check if it works, but I don't know. Nice, it works. But let's make sure if we exit that it's still okay. Well, if it works, cool. Great. So I probably didn't fix the scroll in this, right? But we can, at least we know how to fix it now. Cool. Yeah, I'll push that. I think the only thing just changed some of the text there, because I think some of it doesn't quite work. So the game terminal, the text is actually in here. So this is the speed. It should just say the value. Okay, cool. Let's push it. Push it. Yeah. So next, combat. If we get this done, that'll be super cool. Let's go to the sea monsters. Let's maybe make a new file for. Actually, let's just ask like roughly how we can do it, and let's get the thing that we're thinking. Can you give me an example? Okay, so what are some ship games, kind of like this, where you're riding around and there's some monsters? What are some mechanics that past kind of games have done that are that are fun. Just be creative here, no code. Oh, I forgot to say fighting. I'm talking about fighting mechanics, so ideas for that. Weapon positioning. Oh, someone's making a Studio Ghibli type game with AI and 3GS. That's kind of cool. Like the style is Studio Ghibli. Looks good. I wonder if I could try that prompt. Like, make this look like Studio Ghibli, the islands or something. Worked for him. Worth a shot. Just give me a little bit. Just kind of doing some. All right, let's do this. So, what we got? Storms, icebergs. That's kind of cool. Oh, this could be a biome. I didn't even think about that. Ice biome with icebergs and something else. Oh, different types of monsters. So some of the monsters you have like based on the biome. Makes sense. I don't really know how fun limited ammunition is. Maybe a little bit of like preparation fun. Treaty combat with monsters attacking from below. Yeah. Well, there's more we could do there with like big monsters. Like they come up and then try to. And you can like see the shadow in the water. That would be dope. From the monsters. Yeah, so I want to try this one. like positioning your cannons to try to get it right. So I don't want to implement any code yet, but I'm kind of wondering, how can we maybe try to add a mechanic where the player needs to be in a certain position to hit the monster? Like, give me some ideas for this first of all. Don't write any code. Just trying to understand maybe how to do this and what would be the interesting. What would make it fun? Whole number of areas moving. I guess the part I'm kind of like a little bit confused about is like, how would the actual aiming work? Would you just position the ship, or? I like that, but that's so if you're really close, so kind of like there's that risk benefit sort of thing. So as you get closer to the monster, you do more damage. I think I'm gonna start with this, right? So as you're closer to the monster, no, I'm gonna start with the other thing. All right, broadside. Okay, hold on. Monsters of traditional naval. Okay, this is the one. So I'm thinking about this one, right? How can we implement this to like position your ship? You have to position it in the right angle to hit the monster. Don't write code yet, but I'm just curious, how would you implement it? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like parabola. It's like, psh. Oh no, it's talking about arc in terms of, not sure actually. Angle-based damage, peak damage, perpendicular angles increasing. Firing arc simulation or visualization. I kind of like that. Yeah. Semi-transparent colored cones. Yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, so basically, I want you to create a separate file, right? And we're going to call this cannons auto systems.js. This file is going to be creating the visualization of the cannons aiming. And it's basically going to be what you said. There's going to be colored particles, maybe, to show where the cannons are currently aiming. But the cannons should be like, there should be kind of this auto, it's almost like the ship has its own software or something to make the cannons aim roughly where the monsters are. So, you know, to start, always make it, but the kind of idea is like once the monsters come in range, the aiming of the cannons will converge onto the monster, maybe not instantly, but will slowly get to the monster. And that's the strategy of it, is basically the cannons, if the monster's moving very quickly, the cannons will take a while to get to the monster. So don't implement all of that, but start with just the visualization of the cannons aiming, and put it in a separate file and integrate it with cannons.js. Oh, forgot to attach the files. I don't think we need anything else. Maybe sea monsters, I guess. No, yeah.
Yeah, we get this working. I think that makes sense. Like, as the monster comes closer, it has like some sort of visualization that the cannons are aiming, like they're shifting, and like you have to maybe stay steady for a second for it to fully aim, and then you fire. If you fire too early, you'll miss, something like that. I guess I'll put in the changelog so far for today. Yeah. Yeah, we should get the cinematic mode done today, maybe too, because that's cool. But maybe not if we focus on the combat, I guess. See what it came up with. Nice. It's cool. See what it does, I guess. Very curious about this. So now we have some auto systems. Okay. So I think it made this line here. So it is using particles just like I asked it to. I don't think we want particles. We probably want more like a line. It's a good start. You see here, basically it's generating a bunch of particles. So that's a good thing that it's rendering. So what we want instead is instead of particles, make it like a line and it should come out of the ship. And for now, just make it like kind of like a parabola coming out of the ship. And there should be four of them. So two on each side of the ship. So only modify Canon auto systems for this change if possible. The general idea makes sense. You have a parabola coming out of the, but it's going to be a small parabola, I guess, not like a, like way, unless maybe it's far away. I don't really know. I guess, yeah, if it's far away, then it would be like a big parabola. Oh, there was a fun command in Minecraft. It's called /hide, and only the admins had it, and you could like teleport to people and just mess with them. So you could like just like break their torch and stuff. That'd be kind of funny. So they can't see you.
Cool. Basically just make the line a bit thicker just for now. Make it a little more visible. I mean, it's definitely trying to do something when the monster gets close, which is kind of what we're thinking. Interesting. I guess the cannon, once you fire it, it should follow the line that you've created or that you're currently doing. I'm just thinking, the bird poop, you can make that snow and it'd look really good. Looks pretty cool. Maybe. Without context, bird poop can be like snow.
getting bigger. Is there another variable here that's responsible for this? I like how the lines look at night. It's kind of cool. Like reflecting off the water and stuff. I really want to add the biome with the snow because I feel like the bird poop is a good proof of concept that the snow will look pretty epic. See, look at that. And then it has particle effects too. Whoa, much interesting. Wow, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's more like what we want, I think. It's very cool. So now what we want to test is we want to make sure when there's a monster that it's targeting on them. Also, when the birds get close, I feel like your targeting systems is that'd be fun if they like target the. Oh, well, it actually works. Kind of. I think it's not in the right place, but it started targeting a monster, I think. Interesting. Is it actually getting the monster location or no? It is, okay. Is it importing it from sea monsters though? That could be the problem. It's not. I think it's trying to create its own thing somehow. How does it even know that? Monsters equals doesn't have the state of the sea monsters I see. Where's this being called? How does it know that? Who calls that? Name calls it. Oh, it actually does have the sea monsters. Yeah. So basically, that targeting line that you've created, it should only appear once the monster hits the surface. Um, right, so you might need to check the coordinates of the nearest monsters to see, okay, are they at the surface? And then once they're at the surface, you should start to see that line targeting them. Also, double check that it's targeting, that the targeting mechanism is getting the right location because it seems to be aiming in the wrong place when I saw it visually. I'm curious to see what it does here. Interesting. Let's try it out. I think I'm gonna make the monster surface immediately so I can test it a little better. So I want to add this is just a test, but please, and this should be a very simple change, just make the monsters immediately try to attack you. So just use the existing monster states to do this. Oh, it is definitely only doing it just at the surface, but I wasn't really talking about that. So I'm gonna restore the checkpoint here. I still want to apply the code for this part. Okay. Now let's go back to the command. Yeah, controls can auto systems. I'm gonna start from the beginning a little bit here. All right, now I want you to complete an end-to-end combat system here for this cannon auto system. Basically, I want you to make sure that when the monsters get close to the ship, that all of the lines start to move to the direction of the monster. So I want you to do that part. So basically, when the monster gets close, then the cannons will start to target towards it. Oh, it actually already kind of did it. Interesting. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We're going to stop this. It already kind of did it, and I like it, so I don't want to change it. So we're going to store this checkpoint. And we're going to apply this again. So I want to attach the file that I just did. Well, now I got to find it. Was it 530? It's going to be a pain to find out. 8. Shouldn't it be here? Okay, no, it's not here. I found it. So here's what it's doing. It's basically aiming in the opposite place of where that monster was. Do you have any idea why? Please analyze the file. This autos. Okay, please implement the option one. Interesting looking thing. It's kind of cool. I like it, actually. It makes sense, right? Each cannon is, this is pretty cool. So basically, each cannon is so cool. There's a lot of math there, right? So you rotate, right? It's going to choose the cannon which is appropriate. I'm gonna text my girlfriend to check it out, see what she thinks.
Hmm. So I think basically one line at a time. I was talking to my girlfriend about just kind of like trying to figure out what we want to do with this. But we're thinking kind of one line at a time for now. Um, and it should only appear when it's actively aiming. It shouldn't show the red. It should be like red and then green, right? Um, but I think other than that, it's got kind of the. Man, what's up with all these birds, bro? It's like a laggy bird storm. I think that makes sense. So first I'm gonna save it because I kind of like it so far. And I don't really want to mess it up, so. I'll reload because these birds are killing me, man. So yeah, if we can get this done today, that would be super cool. Maybe some snowing too, like a snow weather. We can start a weather folder. I'm probably gonna end the stream for about 15 minutes because I'm gonna eat some food. But I'll be back very soon.